Hello. Okay, hi. Sorry. I just had a wee panic because the microphone wasn't being picked up and I thought something had broke. Those elements, I need to mute you again. You're obnoxious. I'm sorry, I don't like seeing your face. Um, we today we're gonna we're gonna take another crack at insane castle crashers. Why? Because I have too many brain cells. Because I haven't lost enough of my mind yet. So I thought, what better way to than to get rid of the rest of it? What better way? What fuck? What? Okay, sorry. I didn't think. Okay. No, I don't remember how to do that. But alas, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Yesterday was jarring. That's the first time things have ever failed that badly, right? Like, goddamn. First thought, oh, could you go walk the dog for 20 minutes? I mean, sure, I guess. I wouldn't say no, right? Because I'm not just gonna leave the dog to walk themselves. Oh, everything's broken. Then it's oh fuck, what do I do now? Fun shit like that. Fun shit like that. Um, I've done a lot of walking today. As in done other people in the house how to drive a car. So we're walking everywhere instead. I've walked for like 3 hours. It's been grand. What was I gonna open? I know what I was gonna open. That. Probably also open Castle Crashers. Everything's working. Oh fuck! I meant to putting a sticky note on my laptop so that I don't forget because I can't change it now, but I can change it afterwards. Um. Okay, where's a pencil? Give pencil. I need. It's a necessity. Um. Okay, pop that there. Not be writing on my screen, but I am. Don't ha L. There we go. Okay, that's one thing that's been done. Um, well, one thing that's been reminded for me to do later, which is as good as doing it right now, isn't it? My lungs aren't working properly. Sorry if I'm. I don't know why they're not working properly. I can't tell you why. I am unaware, but they aren't working right, and so we're going with it. We're going with it. We're existing as we need. So we continue. Um. Okay. Yeah. That is. You'll be able to see it at some point. I hope. The game, not. That's so much louder than it normally is. Yeah. How are the volume levels? I never know. Never. It's. It just doesn't happen. Don't know why. Could not tell you, but it doesn't happen. But yeah, we are going to we're gonna be doing some insane mode today. on Blue Night, of course, because what else would I do it on? Nobody. I'm doing it on Blue Night, and you can't stop me. I'll cry. Blue Night was my first. Blue Night was my first to finish the game in total. Blue Night will be my first finish the game on Insane as well. I couldn't care less. Yes. Return tomorrow. No, I'd refuse. Oh, fucking. I'm pretty sure we probably still have to do this. Considering that the arrow's there, I'm assuming that we still have to do it. Alright? Okay. So we're gonna focus mainly on stories, right? Because otherwise I will lose my goddamn mind. For talking. You can mute me if you want. I don't care. But so I rollerbladed home today for technically the first time from school, but you know, I like my rollerblades. I use them fairly often just to get around. I've noticed when somebody rollerblades, all of the teenage boys in the vicinity take that as an invitation to start barking. What's up with that? Why are you barking at me? I look like an unidentifiable blob. What you barking at, babes? Why are you doing that? Also, I don't know when I became 80. Don't know why. It's just like, genuinely, you get heckled so much more. It's not even just barking, right? It's like, I got somebody drive past me, roll down their window and shout something at me. I know it was at me, only because I was the only person on that stretch of road other than them and other cars. For some reason, I doubt they were shouting at a fellow driver, who they could not tell if they could hear them or not. I couldn't hear most of it clearly, mainly because I was blaring music so that I didn't have to listen to the frankly unwarranted comments. Oh wow, I want to be speedy, don't like bikes, and don't have a driver's license. Thanks. Appreciate it. But just genuinely though, every time I've gone around on my rollerblades, I've gotten barked at. Every single time. Just every single time. It's like jeans, hoodie, rollerblades, barking. It's the combination. Not one I want, but it's one I'm getting. And God, I am aware that it is the fucking first through third years. Why? Because, okay, maybe the TYs. Nobody else is gonna go around fucking barking at people in the street. And yes, it was people from my school. Like, the dude in the car, I can't confirm whether or not he was fucking, they were from my school or not. The rest of them I can. But also, I'm now on break for the week. So yeah, that's delightful, really. Just a little farewell from the school, you know. Enjoy your week break. Arf. Look at them. Oh, so fucking. Okay, so people are coming over to my house on Monday. Watch the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. Is it a trilogy or is it 3 movies or 4? Because I thought it was 4 movies. I've been told it's 3 though. How many? Wait. No, I'm looking it up now. That was a fantastic dodge of that beam of lava. Hey. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Movie. Yeah, okay. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. Don't you worry. Okay, there are 3. They came out one after the other? Fuck, I didn't dodge that one. That's a little embarrassing. Yeah, fuck you. Bitch. No. I learned that we're verging away from the personal stories. We're verging more towards like history and facts. Why? Because I found out that fucking. So I know that historically men are shit, right? It's just a fact of life. I found out that two really fun things. One, after Anne Boleyn had been decapitated, all of her female servants took it upon themselves to carry away the body so nobody would do anything to it. Like, necrophilia. Fun. Along the same lines, in ancient Egypt, they would wait for the female bodies to decompose slightly before mummifying them so that nobody would do anything to them. That's why all the female mummies are slightly more worse for wear. Because if they hadn't, then somebody would have been like, ooh, perfectly preserved, you say? Well, I'm going to test that. It's like, fucking hell, get a life. Get a wife. Legally. But yeah, I'm prepared for people to. I think there's been less than one person who hasn't lived in my estate that's come into my estate and been like, yeah, this is fine. Everybody else finds it really confusing for some reason, even though it's mainly one line with a slight curve to it. Which is it's rather confusing for me, but also I've lived here basically my whole life. So I can't say much, right? I am preparing for like 3 different people to text me being like, so I don't know where I am. Here's a picture of where I am. Come get me. Please. Just be like, yes, if you walk southeast. No, we're switching back to the other conversation. medical professionals or like a professor somewhere, I don't know where, sorry, are genuinely talking about taking people with uteruses, right, that can carry children, that are brain dead, and keeping them alive solely for the purpose of being a surrogate. Solely for that reason. Like, they're brain dead. They're preserving the body of this person who is basically passed on so that they can create children. They're thinking of doing this. They're genuinely contemplating this. And I have never, I don't think I've ever been more genuinely disgusted. Like, I've seen a lot of shit, I've heard a lot of shit over the past fucking 3 years. And this is genuinely the most disturbing shit. It's like, I've been threatened in the past year with severe physical harm, and this is more disturbing than that. This is me more fucking distraught than the thought of me getting stabbed by somebody that I was friends with. You know? So it's like, huh. I didn't get stabbed, by the way. I didn't. As far as I'm aware, and I think that I would be one of the most aware people about the state of my body. Unlike these people that they're considering forcing to be surrogate parents. You know? Unlike these people. Unlike these bodies that they're forcing to be surrogate okay, fuck off, you fucking twat. Listen here, you piece of shite. Turn around. You dumb bitch. Sorry. That was me talking to myself. Yeah, baby. Fuck. Fuck, baby. Shit, baby. Not afraid of God, I'm afraid of... On a completely different subject, fucking Lovejoy released a new single. I will say, I don't really care for the whole song. There's fucking one part that is, the road to happiness is fucking paved with is filled with very tempting parking spaces. I love that. I fucking adore that line. Sorry, I took my hand off the mouse to point at the screen in emphasis. I have so much to rant about. None of it will last very long. So our English classes are being moved around. Again. We have like, what? 2/5 of the year left, let's say? 2/5. Little over a third, little under half. No, a little over a quarter, a little under a third, right? And they're trying to change our English classes again. And have been for the past month and a half. And it's like, I was delighted with my fucking class, right? I was ecstatic because the teacher that I currently have is, I believe, the one that I learned the best from, right? I don't care about anything else. I've been in all the other teachers' classes. I don't enjoy them. It doesn't work. And I'm not gonna be in the teacher's class anymore. And I'm considering writing a slightly, like, please keep me email. Because I will fail. Or at least please send me your fucking poetry notes at the very least. Please, I'm desperate. Are you ready? Sorry if you can hear my breathing. Ah, did not mean to use that. Sorry, something broke. Sorry, give me a second. Give me a second, I need to get my story straight. Da 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 da. It's all going fine. I am not losing my mind. Going a-okay. I bought I had to I walked to my guitar lesson today. Very, very unhinged. I will also say. Just the lesson. How did I get none of you bastards with that? And I decided that I got there like 20 minutes early. As you do when you leave in like 50 minutes early for a half-hour walk. And I decided that I'd go into basically like Poundland or fucking, I guess, Dollar Tree. I've never been to a Dollar Tree because I don't live in the US, but I'm assuming that it's similar because cheap shit. But yeah, it's literally an Irish version of Poundland. What that? And and I got cherry colas, very nice. Because it was a 2 for $1.50. I do appreciate a good deal. I got some dog snacks because I miss my dog already. It's been 12 hours since I've seen her. I'm sad. No, it's been 12 hours. I've got another 240 to go. I'll survive. It's only been a 20th of the time, and over half of that was spent in school. You know, so it'll all be grand. You know? So I got her some snacks from when she gets back. I think she'll like them. I hope she'll like them. I'll be sad otherwise. She won't be. She'll be like, why the fuck are you offering me this thing? I'm just going to go eat something else. That is how she'll react. There are 4 of you now. Pricks. There are 5. Fuck, I ran into that one. This is where my shitty depth perception comes into play. Dodging. No, I would like to explain on that, because apparently not a lot of people know what that is. It's not that I can tell when something's behind something else if they're overlapping. Or I can use context clues, being like, okay, that car is in front of the curb. That rock is on the grass, which is behind the curb. That rock is therefore behind the car. But I can't, like, it might not even be depth perception entirely. I'm just like, I'm bad at judging how far away from each other things are, or how far away from me things are. But yeah, it's like, I can't, unless something's really close, even then, I can't tell if it's like 5 feet or 8 feet. You know? Unless it's above me. And there's, yeah, even then. But yeah, I don't, and if things, or like, if there are no shadows as well that I can see, just makes things harder. Or if there are these really shit shadows. Let's face it, the shadows would be coming towards me, not under me, seeing as there's a pool of fucking lava behind me. Get your head in the game. Oh, why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? I made my mistakes and then I made them another couple times to make sure that it was a mistake. You know, because sometimes things, they aren't quite mistakes, but then they are mistakes. I don't know what I'm doing. This is the start of the losing my mind part. Hey, always wanted to know what that would. Oh yeah, development on the construction project that I have to do. Right, we've come to a development. Sorry, my socks the wrong angle. But yeah, there's a development. So he's going around. He's making. He was today in school, not in my house. He was making sure that everybody knew like what they were doing, that everybody knew what they had to do, and that everybody was like, and helping people that needed help with like measurements. And then he came up to me, and I sit beside Rose, and thought, okay. I, at this moment, ran away, not knowing that he was actually coming up to our desk. I thought, hey, yeah, maybe you won't. He didn't. He did come up. That was terrifying. I am trapped. I am so incredibly stuck down here. I fucked myself. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Oh, genuinely stuck? Okay. I feel like my lungs need reminding that they have a job to do. So therefore, I shall start screaming. No, I won't. That would be horrific. For both of us. And my neighbors. I hate that fucking... The thing that happens when you go down slightly, and yeah, the fucking, like, I don't know, the camera does something really weird and I hate it. I hate it with my whole heart. It's despicable. I want it to not happen anymore. It's a weird camera thing. I despise it. It's like when you're going down a ledge, but you're not going down a ledge, you're walking past a fucking tree. Why does it happen? Huh? Why does it fucking happen? I hate it. Sorry. It's either yelling or crying. Take your pick. Yeah, baby. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, no, I'll show you. That thing, the camera, like numing. Why does that happen? I hate it. It's disgusting. Oh yeah, shit. I have no more potions, I am fucked. Yeah, baby. Fuck you. Boom. Bada bing, bada bash. Bada fuck. You can use both fucking mouse things? Oh, I don't know what they're called. I don't. Like... Are they just called buttons? I think they are. Right? Yeah, fuck off, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Why are you not dead yet? I wish you to perish. All over. Good. As you should. As you fucking should. Oh. Oh, we've... Huh. We've made it surprisingly far. This is... I'm not prepared for this. I don't wanna... I don't want to. Yesterday, during Q&A club, gay club, short for queers and allies, we... Fuck! We got one of the helper teachers, not one of the ones that originally set it up, right? So we were basically just left in the classroom alone for 40 minutes. One of the fucking younger kids started playing fucking Undertale on the board. Like, they like connected their iPad to the board and just started playing Undertale. And I respect it. It was so fucking laggy. So incredibly laggy. I don't think it could have been more laggy had it tried. No! Shit! Oh, I didn't know you'd get caught up there. Oh, okay. We got pretty fucking far though. To be fair, we got incredibly far. That is further than I ever thought we would get, right? Especially on the first try of the night. Look at us go. It's only been half an hour. That took like 20 minutes. This is going great. I'll never be this good at the game again. My elbow's acting up. Sorry, that was such an incredible change in hell yeah to, well, I do suppose. No, a while ago, I mentioned that I know somebody that unironically uses the word chuffed. They still do. They still do. They in fucking English. This motherfucker was like, yes, I do suppose I shall inhabit the spirit of a 78-year-old and use the word chuff. 78-year-old British fellow. I say I'm British because nobody likes the English, but I'm not Scottish. I am upper class. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's just something about the word chuffed, man. It just sounds like it should become... Yes. Okay, why does that happen? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Hi, I guess? Off. We're back? We back? Are we back? Reconnection. Very... Disconnect. Okay. Okay. Like to turn not disturb off so I can see if that happens again. I don't know why that happened though. I'm assuming the Wi-Fi, which is weird because there are 2 less people using it. Like, surely it should be doing better, you know? Surely it... I don't know, maybe it's my fucking maybe my laptop's dying. Maybe that's it. Oh my god, I could... I've just had a thought. I could start using the PC downstairs. Not sure how well that would go. I don't know how likely that is to break. I don't. I don't fucking know. It would be a real fucking... It would be a toss-up. I'm not... I am afraid of me. Hey. Fuck off. Frick. Okay, you didn't have to do me like that now, did you? Suddenly, when they use magic against you, it's a lot more difficult. Wow! Who'd have fucking thunk? Yeah, get your fucking ass over here, you prick. Yeah! Yeah! Look at us go! Sorry, something broke again. Wait, okay. No, I'm checking this, because I'm pretty sure it's the... I'm fairly certain that it is Wi-Fi. So, what? What's happening? We're checking, okay? We're checking. Oh... It's that one. Okay. Okay. I think I do understand the problem. Yeah, better. Might not. Who knows? It's a toss-up. We'll never know. Well, let's face it. We'll never know. But give me a second. Give me a second. I need to get my story straight. Which is very difficult because I'm not. Gonna start working again? Are you? Maybe. Gonna think about it? You're gonna come. You are gonna contemplate. Oh, look at that. That's so sweet of you. You're gonna think about it. Nice. Okay. I would appreciate my lung working. You know what? Might as well just exist here. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have chilled there. Oh, fuck off. Did I even use one? No, I didn't. Okay, I'm here for no good reason. That's what I'm here for. You know, who doesn't like being somewhere for no good reason? I don't know if it's a persistence thing or not. If it's like, oh, we've given you all the tools, now go. I don't know. I'm sitting really weird. I want my back to stop hurting. So I'm doing the inverse of what I was a minute and a half ago, which was getting my face really close to the screen. Now I'm like a foot away. I don't actually know. Probably more than a foot, right? I don't... How long? Oh, definitely more than a foot. Because my arm is about... My arm is longer than a foot, and it's more than my arm away. So, therefore, deduction abilities acquired, I'm more than a foot away from my screen. I should put my glasses on. That would probably... You know... What the fuck just fell? Sorry. Why the fuck did it fall? And we did. Okay, nice. Okay, this is fine. This is perfectly okay. Sorry. It's all grand. It's all perfectly fine. We didn't even get past the first three people. It's okay. It's alright. It's okay. I'll just cry myself to sleep. What other fun facts do I have? No, to do with the... Yeah, somebody started playing Undertale on the board the other day. I got the privilege of being able to read out Papyrus. Somebody recorded it. Apparently it was funny. That's nice. Good to know I'm a comedian at all times of day instead of just most times of day. Yeah, fuck you. No! Fuck you, take 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Oh! It's fine. It's all fine. It's perfectly okay. Yeah, fuck you, prick. Okay, okay. Macarena. Maca 2, Maca 3, Macarena. 4, Maca 5, Maca 6, Macarena. 7, Maca 8, Maca 9, Macarena. Macarena. Don't ask me why. The insanity has fully set in. Don't you worry. Oh my god, imagine finishing Insane with no fucking skill points. Ooh, that's a dangerous thought. Oh, that's a that's a dangerous thought. Oh. Okay, so hear me out. We finished Insane, then we finished Skillless. Then we finish both at the same time. 2-player. Both at the same time, but with another person that's never played before. Ruined their day. That would be really funny. At least I think it would be. Can you hear my breathing? I don't know. I'm really I'm conscious about it because I don't like hearing other people's breathing. So I'm assuming that you guys probably also don't want to hear my breathing, right? That's just kind of how it works, isn't it? Give me a second. Give me a second eye and get my story straight. Understand, I'm not afraid of God, I am afraid of man. Oh, you piece of shite. You fucking piece of work, you. Oh, okay, that's broken. Again? Really? Oh, there, okay. Oh my god. Do I have any other fun facts? I'm not certain if I do. I mean, okay, right. I probably have a lot of fun facts. I'm just not sure how many of them would actually be fun facts as opposed to actually quite sad facts. I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm doing this. Hey! He just a giant hunk of meat. Hey. That's what we all need. Oh my god, wait, is it because of... Un momento, por favor. I still don't know why I go back to Spanish. But I do. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's probably fine anyway. Probably. I would assume that it's going to be. Fuck. How does one make things work? Sorry, I haven't paused it because I feel like this is more entertaining than me just sitting here doing fuck all. Than me sitting here whispering sweet nothings in your ear. I don't think you'd like that. Considering, one, I'm a child, and two, they'd be quite violent nothings. Or just me whispering like, cookie! And shit like that in your ear. You know? It's like, You know, I have a feeling that I know why my insides were hurting the other day, yesterday, though. It could be because I put half a liter of liquid inside of it in the span of a couple seconds. Okay, maybe like a minute and a half, not a couple seconds. I don't swallow that fast. But yeah, it could have been that. Like, going from drinking, like, not a lot of shit to half a liter in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's probably quite jarring on the stomach, I would assume. I've also decided that, my hair is a really bad balance between really fluffy and not fluffy enough. Because it's like, okay, sure, it's it's not like completely dead flat, right? It's got a bit of poof to it, but not enough poof to look nice, right? It's like there's a nice kind of balance of that looks fluffy, and I'm slightly to the smooth side of that. Oh, come over here, you piece of... Yeah, fuck you. We are going to use a potion in about 3 seconds. This is fine, this is totally fine. I'll stand to the side as you shine. I'm not fine, I'm not fine. Just wanting for more, like I'm still at that door. Wanting to shine like all of you shine. I would move the mountain. I would make the flowers bloom. I don't remember the rest of the song. Waiting on a miracle. Yeah. Look at that, as soon as I'm focused on something else. I will be singing to myself periodically. It's going to happen. You can't stop it from happening, unfortunately. It's to one, kind of focus on something else, and to two, not focus enough on something else, like talking. Talking is very distracting. Singing, not so much. Because it's in my bones. It's not in my bones. I wish music was in my bones. It's actually a lot of effort. All of you shine. I will move the mountain. I'm in a hurricane. Oh, pain, waiting on a miracle. This fucking sucks. I'm doing fuck all. This is going horribly. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah! Burger. Okay, here we go again. My, how could I resist ya? Mamma mia, does it show again? My, just how much I missed ya. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. My, why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia. Now I really know, my, I should not have let you go. There are other words in that song, I do not know them. Lose control. There's a fire within my soul. Damn, that was nice. My soul. One more look and I forget everything. One more look and I can hear the bell ring. Oh, mamma mia. There are other words, my, I could not have let you go. I should have let you go. Hey. Money, 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 how it thrills me. Money, money. Money, money nearly killed me. Money, money. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. With a guy like me. Oh, he makes me dizzy. There could have been so much food in those corpses. You just had to go and bring them back. Bitch. Yeah. Get over here. Okay, at least some of you stop. Fuck, didn't mean to do that. It's alright, it's okay. Da 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 da. There are other if you could not tell, I know a lot of songs, but not all of a lot of songs. Parts of a lot of songs. Also found out a lot more songs from Eurovision got popular than I thought they would, right? Like that fucking violin thing that's like yeah, that's like really dramatic, and they put over all the fucking fantasy sounds on Spotify, not Spotify, on fucking TikTok. Yeah, that's from Eurovision. That was, don't know what it was called, and don't know which country did it, but it was Eurovision. That one iconic trombone thing, trumpet, trombone, it was one. That also Eurovision. I think it wasn't Atlantis, but it was one along the lines of Atlantis. I'm pretty sure. This is so this is so unironically stressful. It's ridiculous. Who gets stressed by a video game? This is bullshit. This is God. This is God. Oh, fuck, did that dude just save his pals from ice via fireball? There were at least 3 wrong words in there. Probably 17. Fuck. How come we got closest the first time, huh? How come that's what's happened? Do I just need to start getting real emotional again about, ethics? Okay, so the people are coming over for like basically 12 hours, basically, right? Fun. It'll probably go fine. There will probably be the same amount of people exiting the house as entered. Probably. I can't promise anything though. You know, I can't promise anything. Which there probably will be. But you know, shit happens. Sorry. I'm also still not certain on how to actually set up the thing that we're playing the movies through. Like, I'm pretty sure I know, right? I'm like 70% sure. But You can. Ooh. It's like, damn. It. Yep. I've also. Okay. So people have offered to bring things, and I'm like, sure. The less shit I have to buy, the better, really. One of the things that somebody offered to bring, the person that's going to bring the fucking pasta bake, one of the things that somebody's offered to bring is, the Lord of the Rings box set. The movies that we're going to be watching that I wouldn't have invited people over to watch if I didn't already have access to. I don't know what was going through their mind. I'm not sure I want to know. It's like, I'm asking you to bring food, yes. I'm supplying the house and the movies. I like how the expectations are so low that it is expected that I will not provide the movie. It's funny. Kinda like, okay. You are okay then. But also funny. Oh shit. I'll look past that one just it's fine. It's grand. Or at least it probably will be. I've just got my middle finger in the air. Like, for my right hand, which is on the mouse. Like, my index finger clicking away. My middle finger, though, not even on the mouse. It's just twitching. I didn't know that I moved both of my fingers when clicking, but apparently I do. Apparently, it's a thing that happens. Sorry, I got very distracted there. Woo! Ah! Ah! Yeah! Oh. This probably won't work out. I've just used 2 of the potions of the first, like, 2 rounds. 2 levels. Ooh, nice. I'm only a tad distracted, I promise. Only a little bit. Yeah, fuck you. Something's changing, but I don't know if that's my laptop or my eyes. Fuck off. Okay. If I'm not allowed to attack immediately when I get up, you shouldn't be either. I think that would be fair. But then again, I'm playing Insane, it's not exactly made to be fair. Not exactly, you know? How the fuck did you manage that? Yeah! Look at me go. Look at me fucking go. I still do enjoy the fact that somebody was like, yeah, you can join this SMP and learn French through it. I mean, God, if I was better at languages, then yes, 100%. But I'm not, and my laptop will die. Ooh. Om nom nom. Here we go again, we know the start, we know the end. Masters of the scene. We've done it all before, now we're back to get some more. You know what I need. Voulez-vous? Take it now or leave it. Now is all we get. Nothing promised, no regret. Voulez-vous? Ain't no big decision. You know what to do. Like it's Johnson, voulez-vous? That does not count as me being able to speak French. It doesn't. Because I don't know what it means. I could not tell you. Like, in the slightest. Fuck off, you prick. Oh, because I'm not adequate. Yeah, fuck you. Give me a second. Give me a second there. I need to get my story straight. Sorry, my hair's being weird. They're breaking everything here for what it's worth. Whether that's money or food. Preferably food, you know, to be completely honest. Would prefer a wee snack over some change. But you know what? I'll still accept some cash. Did that really get none of you? Wow. Wow. Fucking one. One? Oh my god. Piss. I'm gonna start crying. It's fine. It's all okay. This is completely normal. I don't care. I'm tired of doing that one fucking thing where it's like, oh, same thing over and over again. Oh, no, I'm bored. I'm officially bored, my guys. That does not bode well for you. Oh my god! Fucking prick. Oh yes, I can rapid fire your dick. Fucking 15 seconds of fame. I don't really have much else to talk about. I kind of went through all my topics really quickly. I got excited and then started rambling, and rambling never works well for me because it just you know, everything, because when it ends, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Suddenly, there's nothing left to talk about because I've talked about all of it while I was rambling, which really isn't great. We want to go to the other wall. Whee! Whee! Okay, we got our maths test back today. And it was there were 4 different questions on it. 3 of them were on series and sequences, 1 of them was on area and volume. The area and volume one was apparently very difficult. Nobody did that well in it. And the second series and sequence question didn't print properly. So she annulled it from the test, which I'm fucking pissed about, right? I am infuriated. Why? Because I did the fucking question. I did the question. I did it. The answer was there for all the parts. I did that. Nobody else did. I got penalized because nobody else was fucking read the question properly. Like, sure, the squares weren't shaded in. It gives it in a later question gives you the fucking formula to figure out which squares should be shaded, or like how many squares should be shaded in. And I'm frankly infuriated. Because of that, I failed the fucking test. I got a whole 12 out of 60 marks. I'm like, at this point, I don't even want to know if I don't even want the points for it at this point. I just want to know if I did it right. Because my god, if I did it right, I will be ripping somebody's organs out. Probably my own. Not really. I will be eating a lot of cake, though. Not ass. Literally the food. Yeah, fuck off, you twat. Leave me alone. Wallow in my... Yeah. Oh, my parents have gotten to my grandparents' house. Nice. Let me freeze you! Bastard! They'd probably say the same about me, let's be completely honest. Why did only... I know at least 2 of you got caught in that.
So, I will scream.
And it's the same 2 getting hit over... I guess that's better than just 1 of them getting hit. Does mean that 1 of them's probably going to be alive for a good minute after the other 2, but it'll be grand. But now, that was the end of my sentence that I forgot to say. But now 2 of them are alive, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. You know, I'm uncertain about it. There we go. There it is. Here it is. I'm getting that funny feeling. That funny feeling. Hello, Rose. I'm doing pretty well. I'm, as the mode would suggest, going a little insane. My hair is being a piece Um. Put them on the what code? Actually, microphone. So, either you heard everything I just said or you didn't. In either case, how are you doing? Fuck, I should have saved that. Shit! I might have figured out why the breathing's become difficult, because whenever it's in front of my mouth, I stop. Oh, and now it's beside my eyeball. Fine. This is totally fine. I'll stand aside while you shine. I'm gonna be singing this every 5 fucking seconds. Doing alright? Hell yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad. Hey! Ooh. I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. You don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this: fourth, the fifth, the manifold, major lift, baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Something about a broken chair. I don't know any of the other verses. Well, they sure are words and it follows the same tune, but I don't know the words to it. From your lips she drew a hallelujah. I know that song so well. Did you drop food? Yes, you did. I really do like the chicken, because I'm pretty sure what the chicken does, if I remember correctly, is... No, that's the fucking pig. I don't remember what the chicken does. What does the chicken do? Why did I choose the chicken? Because I'm pretty sure the pig doubles what food gives you. I don't know what the chicken does. That's nice. Oh shit, yeah. Oh, then it's a broken hallelujah. Ooh. My dog is now in a different country. I'm very sad. I will continue to say this forever. I miss my dog. I miss her with my whole heart. Or well, well, okay, maybe not my whole heart, because I need some of that for, functioning properly. and another little bit of it to be sad all the time. But you know what? With most of my heart, I miss my dog. Because she's great. Just a lot. It's a lot quieter. You know. A lot of people are like, yes, I love being home alone. I don't know. It's so very stressful, and I still have another person in the house. Maybe that's why it's stressful. Because it's like, okay, I can be slightly louder, but not really loud, you know? Also, how is it only 8:20? It feels like it's been 7 years. Not really, but it feels like it's been longer than an hour 20. Hey, did we get that food? I don't know. I don't dance, I say you can, not a chance. I could do this and you could do that, but I don't dance. Out of the park. I didn't know that that was from High School Musical until recently. I was completely unaware. And you know what? I don't dislike that song, which is startling because it's from the High School Musical. Maybe it's because it's not a love song. I don't actually know which High School Musical it's from, though. I know it's from one of them, but I don't know if it's from one of the movies or from, like, the series. Apparently there was a series for a while. That's jarring to know. I shouldn't know that. I can do this, and you can do whatever. I only know it because of a fucking Voltron AMV, which was, you know what? It wasn't even bad. It was not bad. Fuck you. Ah, frick. Yeah, bitch. I'm stressed. I'm not doing my best. I could be doing better. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Minecraft would have been so much easier, but it also would have broken my laptop, so I don't know how to feel about this. Could have done Hexseed. I could have done Hexseed. I haven't done Hexseed in a while. I might do that soon. I might. I probably will. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we'll do Hexseed soon. Right, I'm burning up the way. I feel like the world of one day. Watch this man in his colorful charade. One can be just like me anyway. Just like fire, I'll be burning free. You when they come for me. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, fuck you too, you piece of shit. You abominable piece of actual bullshit. I forgot that the skeletons were like the halfway point, basically. But hey, I'm definitely faster at this than I used to be. Just this level as a whole, because it used to take me like half an hour to get through it once. I got it through 20 minutes. That's pretty damn good. Oh, I've gotten sent a picture of the dog. Oh, I have to look at it. Look at your face. You're adorable. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just be sad. I'll just be slightly more sad than I normally am. Hell yeah. I feel like I'm probably, like, if anybody that's, like, actually interested in Castle Crashers, I feel like I'm probably expected to be talking, like, strategy and shit. No, I'm talking about my dog. Fuck you. Come here for the Castle Crashers content, stick for the dog content. Yeah, fair. I would stick for dog content, but also it's my dog, so I don't really get a say in that, I feel. Like fire, I'll be flying free. I may come from me. Americana. Oh, based on Piggy and Nirvana. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you very, very much. 'Cause I hate what you do, and I hate your whole cruise. Please don't stay in touch. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you very, very much. 'Cause I hate what you do, and I hate your whole crew. Please don't stay in touch. Oh no, I have to send that to somebody with the, I've just thought of the funniest fucking, no, inside joke that isn't even an inside joke anymore, inside reference. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. I've set myself on fire though. Hey. Here we go. We've got 2 fucking potions going into... I've never done this well, even on normal mode. What the fuck is this? What is this? Got 2 potions going into the fucking boss fight. This is fantastic. Give me a second. I'm gonna undo my fingers. Gonna pop them off. Let me finish the coffee real quick. Boom, coffee finished. Okay. Sorry for bumping you, didn't mean to. I'm stressed, not doing my best. I'm stressed, dressed, not doing my best. Fuck you! Yeah, fuck you, fuck you. There's something in my sock. How do I react to this? That's fine. I guess. No! That isn't fine though. Fuck. Yeah, bitch. Manic clicking. Oh, we're only halfway down. No, the thing. There's something in my sock. I can't. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed, so therefore I'm taking it out on my sock. Sorry, it was spiky and uncomfortable, and my foot's gonna be cold, but it'll be okay. What was it? What was it? Was a chunk of plastic. Nice. Nice. Love it when that happens. Not putting that sock on. I'm just going to put a blanket over it. My foot, not the sock, just in case. Just in case you were confused by that. Fuck you! Fucking rock man! You think you're so much better than me, don't you, fucking rock dude? Rock bro. Fucking dragon. Of course you think you're better than me. You're a fucking dragon. Of course you're better than me. You're a dragon. That's so fucking cool. Why are you beating me up, though? Why are you doing this to me? This is unnecessary. We could be besties. We could be besties, Your Honor. Your Honor, I propose we become besties and you get rid of the restraining order for me beating up this fucking dragon. Look at me go! Look at me fucking go! Hey, I'm on something. I don't know what I'm on. It's pride. I'm on pride. That's what I'm on. Fuck off. No. Go away. Go away. Oh, I found my house keys. They were in my pocket. I don't know what key is, Oskelga. This is fine. Give me a fucking second to recover from that. That's the best I've ever done. Ooh. And it only took me an hour and a half to get past that. Okay, to be fair, it was what? At most 6 hours to get past that level. It took me like over 24 to get past Cyclops. That's how much cooler I've gotten. And we still had a potion left. I'm so fucking cool. Yeah, get over it. Oh, we face the other way. That's fun. What? We're just gonna stand here for a second. Oh no. Oh, not the bomb boys. I don't like the bomb boy. That just did 300 damage. Oh. Oh no, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. No. No. Okay. We're gonna look at why we chose this pet, basically. Why have I done this? Increases strength, defense, and agility. Okay, that might be why we did it. Makes food. Okay. But also, fun fact, I need to pee. So I will go do that. I've ingested too much caffeine in the last 2 hours to not need to pee. I will leave you with the fucking Sonic Rooftop Run theme. I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you've been here for anything over like half an hour and you've not had like water, go get some water. Not vodka, not vinegar, water. I know they all look alike. They don't taste alike, though. I will be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Enjoy the song.
I don't want a fan, want a fam. Trying to get bands with a bang. Got a plan of attack and a lack and a man. Draw a line in the sand like a rack and a ran. Take roofie planning. Understand? Yeah. Gotta branch out, grab my hand. Last dance, gotta take that one more chance. If I wanna be a star, gotta go like Van, like room sedan. Yeah. Yo man,
Hello, Cicada.
I do on brand. Everybody following the kid with the ice down neck, cause they know it's a chain of command. Too sharp.
How do you do? Oh, there isn't the thingy on the fuck. But it's literally just a text. Okay. That existing. That. Boom. Then we go back to Castle Crashers. Boom. Point 2 Electric Boogaloo. Boom. No, that was the third. That was the third one. That was the third one. Anyway, how are you doing, Cicada? How's your week been treating you? While I crush 7 things into my floor via the wheels of my chair. Gives you food, makes food give you more health, whatever. Ooh, nice. I'm doing pretty well. I'm so extraordinarily stressed by purely this game. But other than that, I'm doing quite nice. Look at that, there are two Sherberts. Isn't that kind of disturbing? That there are two of the same cat, one in the top left corner. Why are you so stressed? I have few remedies. Most of it, school. Remedy would be to stop going to school. Other bit of it would be this game. This game. What even does this sword do? Chicken sword. Chimkin sword.
Yes, Chimkin sword.
What do you even do? Strength 3 defense. Crits. Nice. -3 agility. 6 defense, but -2. Yeah, that is bad. Oh, that's quite. 6 agility, 4 strength, 4 agility, 2 magic, 7 defense. 5 magic, 5 defense. Pretty nice. Okay, strength and defense plus. You're so good at this game. I'm good at contemplating. Two. Better than 1. Oh, but it doesn't give crits as often. Also, I'm not stressed out at school. Fair enough. I hate making decisions. We'll stick with this one. Clearly there are a lot of weapons that I've missed. Going there? No. The frog deer is crying. But yeah, it's not a bad stress. Except for the school. It's like, I'm quite content at the moment. It's just, stressed is the most predominant thing because I don't think I've been not stressed for a while. Say I cut up a metal object with a power saw. Snazzy. Absolutely nothing in PE and doing nothing in Spanish. Been extended? Ooh. Fair enough, though. Oh, I have to do the woodwork project. Ah, fucking bullshit. I have a fucking construction project to do. Technically at the end of next year, but it's also so much effort. I might as well get the base of it done now. It's such an incredible amount of effort to do. Mainly because you don't get a keyboard. I've already read that out. My memory duration has never been extended though, I'm very sad about it. I do wish that I could get a couple extra gigs up in the old noggin. It would be rather helpful. It would be very helpful. helpful, in fact. Cherries, hell yeah. How big is, what do you mean you have it to the end of next year? How big is it? It is worth 12.5% of my overall final grade. It's in construction. In construction, practical is worth 50% overall. That is split up into two parts. The first part is or technically the last part that you actually do. The last part that you do at all, I think, other than maybe the written portion of the exam, is a unseen practical test. You go into a room one day, they tell you what you have to do, what joints have to be in it, they give you the wood, and you make it. That's worth 25% of your overall grade. Then the other 25% is split up into two parts. The first part of that is, you guessed it, another practical thing. You're given a vague thing. You can make either furniture or a model of a house. I'm making an almost furniture. I'm making basically a tea light holder, but cool, right? And you get months to finish this. It's supposed to be the best thing that you can create. It is like the culmination of all the skills you've learned over your entire taking of woodwork. So it's supposed to be fucking good. It's worth 12.5% of your final grade. The other half of that, the last 12.5 of the 50% practical portion, is a portfolio on that thing. It has to have everything to do with your project in it. Like what woods you considered, what joints you considered, all your possible designs, why you chose the design. You have to explain everything about this fucking thing when with like no guidance, basically, which is delightful. I think technically you're supposed to start it at the end of your last year, at the start of your last year, but we have an extra hour because we're in replacement of language studies. So instead of doing a language, we took construction. So we get 4 hours this year, 3 hours next year. So we're starting it early. Delightful. Help. But yeah, it's... But no, yeah, the 25% unseen is before you're written. So if you do everything, all the practical to a high enough standard, you can go into your written exam already having passed the subject. You might not have passed it well, but you will have passed it if you do well enough. Right? So it's like, that's pretty nice. But yeah, that's how big this project is. An eighth of my entire overall final grade relies on it. That's fun, I know, isn't it just? It is so much fucking writing. It's such an incredible amount of words and sketches. Bullshit. I have found out, I think that construction and accounting are going to be my two best easiest, least stressful subjects. Mainly because I think their exams are the least actual content. Like, the questions are like longer, but it's the least different questions that you have to answer. I thought in accounting you had to do like 9 accounts in the span of 2 hours. No, you have to do 4 accounts in the span of 2 hours, which is a lot more manageable. 4 at most. No. Doing the first part, 2 in a second. 5 at most. Like, yeah, it's pretty fucking nice. And there are like 3 that are definitely gonna come up. So it's like, No! Fuck! Ah! We're making progress though. This is more progress than I've made ever. Right? We've beat Lava World. We never have to go back there. Slay is all I can say. What if we go check the fucking the insane shop? The store. Sorry, the insane store. Then we combine none of them.
Ooh, 5 defense and no debuffs. Welcome, stranger.
Oh, they're occasionally. What the? What's this? You've got an honest face. Sorry, Tabronarum. Och, what the fuck? I wish I could move. Fair enough. My love is real, but I am not. I have nothing to say. I have a deep soul. You've an honest face. Okay, is that all? What the fuck are you? What is this? I don't want to know. I've decided. I don't wish to know. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. This is a nice level. Oh, this is no longer a nice level. I spoke too soon. I spoke far too soon. Oh my god. Oh my. Okay. I have a 3-year weekend. Yes. No, I think I could. I have the next week off. Haha. L. I had a 3-day weekend last weekend, and I get from the fucking 13th to the 13th. 13th to the 17th off, not including the weekends. Technically it's longer than that. Add 2 days on either side. 3-day weekend after this 3-day weekend, haha, but I get the whole week off. I don't actually know why we get the week off. It's an odd choice. I don't understand it. I just know it's happening. No, I was putting on my fucking braces for the rollerblades. My bass tutor came out and thought that I had a cast on and was very confused. She was like, "You didn't have that on this morning, did you? Did you?" No, I in fact did not. Whee! Okay. You didn't have to do that. Did you now? Did you? No. No, you didn't. Okay. You should try running away and spamming arrow. Oh my god, fair. No, because they can fucking... Oh my god, Cicada, you fucking genius. Cicada, look at you go. Cicada, my god. Okay, that might only work with like 3. Ah! They got too close. They got too fucking close. They got too close. Oh, you got far too fucking close. So I beat this level in the same, but I didn't multiplayer with a friend. Fair. Ah! I'm doing it solo because none of my friends play Castle Crashers because they're all fucking losers. Fuck. 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 But I carried, fair. Or I also carried myself across the finish line. Not a friend. Not a friend, no. Just me, myself, now. Flying solo till I can convince more than one person to download Steam. Download Steam, please. I know at least one of you is here. Please, download Steam. Please. I want to do things. Like Risk. I want to play Risk with a large group of my friends, but everybody is hammered. No, I wasn't talking to you. I don't know you and you have Steam, Rose, and you didn't tell me this impertinent information. I'm getting your Steam name and I'm friending you after this. I cannot live like this anymore, Rose. I can't. I can't stand it. I don't care if we never do anything. I just want to know that one of you is competent. I thought I did. How fucking dare you? Oh, yeah, no. I know Rose in real life. I don't know you in real life, Cicada. Maybe one day. I also don't know if I want to try getting you hammered because I don't know how old you are. That might be illegal. I don't want to know how old you are either. Oh, I'm most definitely not competent. Yes, you are. Fuck off. Just because you won't do the skull chair. And now I'm dead. Oh, hello, Nightbot. Give me a second. Sorry if I'm breathing on the mic again. I do not mean to. It's just so in the fucking way all the time. Oh my god, I've discovered what Jägermeister and like the really cheap Tesco cola reminds me of. Cherry Coke. Why does the sculpture have to do with competence? Because you don't believe in yourself. I think you should make the sculpture. Second, one of my cables is acting up. So I'm gonna poke at it for a minute. Fuck. Oh. There we go. Boom. Sorry. Hope you enjoyed the music while I sat there silently fiddling with the thing. Get your ass over here. Or not. I still think you should make the sculpture. In case I hadn't made that obvious enough, I think you should make the sculpture. Rose has the opportunity, right, to make a chair that resembles, bones. It's called the skull chair because why not? And they're not taking it. They're not taking the opportunity to make a sculpture. I would if I could. You can! You can! Please! It would be so cool! Go for the skull throne and all that shit. Except it's a chair, and you get to use it. At least skull table. Right? You know, you can make a skull table. Don't you also have this opportunity? Yeah, but I have an idea I'm enthused about. You have a weird fucking coffee table that you're sad about because it's not a sword and it's not a skull table, and you want to make the sword and you don't think you can make the skull table, so you're making a fucking coffee skull chair, so you're making a fucking coffee table instead. What is this? That was satisfying. And now I'm dead. I could laser print a skull on top of the table I'm making, or I could do it in resin. Make it a skull table. Skull table. It would be so fun. Fun skull table. He won't let me make the sword. I know. He's a cruel motherfucker. He's cruel and from Portlaoise, apparently. Do you know that he's from Portlaoise? I would not have imagined that. I don't know why. He just doesn't fit it. I think my guitar teacher should start a podcast. Purely because it's the weird... He talks about the weirdest shit in like half an hour. Imagine if this fella had a fucking hour, right? Or like 2 hours. Like, fucking hell. I don't know what he'd start talking about. Like, he brought up cheese boards today. Like, after I mentioned the fact that I was in the house on my own for the week, it was like, yeah, when I'm in the house on my own, I make a cheese board and enjoy a Merlot. And it's like, what the... Okay. So I think he'd be good at a podcast. He also thinks he'd be good at a podcast. Oh my god. Like, he started describing the cheese board and left out the cheese. You had to be reminded that cheese goes on a cheese board. Which was also pretty funny. Fuck. Yeah, baby. Give me a second, I have to plug my laptop in. you. Bitch. I'm great at this game. So incredibly fantastic. Okay. We can get... Fuck. I didn't know that it made a little noise. I didn't know it made a little noise when you got electrocuted. My headphones are on a lot more than they usually would be. I think this level will go well. This bit of the oh fuck, we have to... Oh, there's the big bit. Oh! I got distracted by the fact there's gonna be a buff guy afterwards. Da 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 da. Okay. We are again, we not stop, we know the end. Masters of the sea. We've done it all before, and now we're back to get some more. You know what I need. Hooray-hoo. I fully believe that doing the musical ruined my voice. Like, permanently. Because Rose can attest to this. I didn't go on stage because I probably would have had several, at least, anxiety attacks. Because, yeah, fun times, I don't like people. It's too much. It was gonna be like at least 100 people. I would have genuinely been like virtually comatose. And so I was backstage, behind this huge fucking curtain, sat beside Rose, just fucking screaming the lyrics because they continuously complained that nobody on stage was singing. It might have made not a single difference. I don't particularly care. It was fun, but it was also painful. Because even like during rehearsals, really fun time, I was one of like 3 people singing, which did not bode well for the show. It didn't. Yeah, fun time. I doubt it made any difference to the volume of it. Oh, yeah, definitely not. But hey, I enjoyed it. Not after... not after 3 shows where I couldn't sing anymore for a couple of days. But it was nice. I fully believe backstage is where you should be if you... Because, like, the experience of being part of a show is still fun if you like people. Like, just the kind of... If the people that are going on stage are excited, that is fun. If the people going the musical days were actually fun, yeah. It's like the vibes were immaculate. Because like even if not everybody were excited, enough people were excited to where it was like it was there, right? And I gotta take a picture of several people in a box. I think that the musical days were when I was at my friendliest. I do think that's also, like, a couple months beforehand was when I started, like, properly talking to... fucking... Okay, how do I nickname this person? Winner, winner, chicken dinner? I don't know. That's the only thing I know about them. I have this one friend that I don't know most of what they eat, right? Except for every time they have a roast dinner, with like a fucking roast chicken dinner, they tell me about it. I know nothing else of their dinners, except for when they're having chicken. The atmosphere during them was quite nice, yeah. Like, nobody was being an asshole as well, which I enjoyed. At least nobody was being an asshole for the most part. Yes, I think that's when I started talking. But you might not know who I'm talking about, to be completely honest. Would not be surprised. The parent of the child. I'd say where they're too focused on the fact that they have to go on stage. Yeah, probably. Probably right. I think I do know who you're on about. Hell yeah. I'm glad to know it's a universal thing. Yeah, I know. Hell yeah. There was such a better way for me to go about nicknaming them, I've just discovered in the past 2 seconds. The top of the cupboard. The top of the cupboard. Does anybody realize, right? Theoretically, when somebody's doing like, oh, story time, and then they go, I'm gonna call this person, and then they say a name, they could just be saying the person's real name. It just doesn't sound like they are because they've said, I'm gonna be calling this person beforehand. Because it makes it sound like you've changed the name, but you really don't have to after that. Because then nobody will think, except for maybe the people that directly know. Nobody will think that this is actually the name of the person that you're talking about because you've made it seem like you're not. Fucking social studies are ridiculous. Yes, that's brilliant. Exactly. Just like, I'm gonna be calling this person Geraldine, and then the person's name is actually Geraldine. It's like... It's just like, for this story, this person's gonna be called James. And then it's not just for that story, it's for their whole life. But you don't know that. You'll never know that. You'll be oblivious. Oh, fucking now I'm dead. I don't make enough money to be buying this many potions, let's face it. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of ingenious. Because there's definitely one person out. Because, like, sometimes it's like, I'm gonna be calling this person A for the duration of this story. And that's like, that is probably not this person's name. But it could be. But it's probably not. But yeah, it's just like, nobody ever thinks of this. Nobody ever actually is like, wait, what if they're just not lying? What if this is actually the person's name? I've never seen anybody else bring it up ever, and I'm actually quite startled by it. Why does nobody ever bring it up? Why? 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 I don't understand. I feel like the best guess is still the name that you say. Fair. I was referring to the nickname, the top of the closet, but it was. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, they did claim the top of the closet. I mean, technically it was a cupboard, but you know. Closet, cupboard. In this situation, it's basically a fucking closet. They got hung at the top of the closet. It's like, okay, and I'm dead now. They did. They did. What can I say? They like being above everybody else. Closet, cupboard, same thing. Yeah, basically. Like, you can put clothes in a cupboard. You can put people in a cupboard. You can put people in a closet. A lot of people are in the closet. No, somebody was like discussing like, oh, what if you filled a thing with water and put bodies in it? Apparently not knowing that water speeds up decomposition. Which I was startled about. I thought that was just a fact everybody knew. Water makes things rot faster. And this person just did not know that. And I was baffled. And it's just like, if anybody ever opened the container in which the water bodies were in, I think they were referring to a closet, as in the closet. And I was like, one, you're gonna have a lot of dead people on your hands. Two, it's gonna smell like shit. It's gonna smell so bad. You'll just be drowning thousands of people and then also gassing people when you open it back up. Gas the homophobes with our rotting corpses. People in a cupboard, you and two other people know this the best. You can, yeah. Like, wouldn't be that hard either. It was quite a big cupboard. We'd be quite comfortable in there. I'd say we could fit another person in if we all tried hard enough. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze, but you know. I don't know who else we'd want in there. It would be very close. Like, we'd all have to be very close, both physically and emotionally. I'm probably talking quite loud. Yeah. Where corpses that are 1,000 years old have been See, the difference between putting a body in, like, a lake and a bog is that there are certain, like, chemicals that happen because of, I think specifically, like, the temperature and the like gases in the mud that react in the water to make a kind of preservative thing. That is not the same as just fucking hell. Okay. Not sure how that happened. Yeah, it's because of there's something in the water caused by I think the gases in the dirt that have been released because of mud that cause it to preserve the body. That's not the same as just dumping them in a lake. Because I don't really know why. There's something about bogs that cause different chemical reactions than most other bodies of water. One of the people myself got locked in one of his cupboards. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. But yeah, I remember looking up a thing about the bog bodies. Don't remember it that much. They're beating the shit out of me. We're in the middle with a three, right? Yeah. I took the middle shelf. Gender was on the bottom. And winner chicken dinner was on the top shelf of the cupboard. And now I'm dead again. Sorry, bog preservatives and discussing cupboard placement. They're very important. Fuck. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. There was an open space at the bottom of the cupboard. There was a middle shelf and there was a top shelf. I got the middle shelf out of the three of us. It was, I have to say, quite pleasant. I'm not sure if people would be if the other two would be laughing at this or actually dying inside. I would be laughing at whatever their reactions were. Basically, me and two of my friends discussed cupboard placement. There were 3 shelves. We wanted to know who was going where. We found out who was going where. And then we continued on with our days. You know what? I'm really not sure middle shelf is for me though, because I'm quite claustrophobic. Like, quite incredibly so. Like, it's all fun and games until we actually get locked in the cupboard and I'm there having a breakdown on the middle shelf. Just fucking an ominous voice from both above and below me. Okay, no. Picture this, if you will. Me, having just woken up after passing out from hyperventilating. I wake up disoriented, in the dark, still in the cupboard. There's a voice coming from above and below me. I can see nothing. I am in the dark. God? Have I died? Is this limbo? Your plan is to get locked in a cupboard with 2 other people? No. I'm not planning to get locked in a cupboard because I would genuinely... I wouldn't deal with it well. Like, okay. Small spaces that I know I can get out of easily are fine. Small spaces that I know I've been trapped in are not okay because, spice. Childhood spice. But we weren't planning on it. We were just discussing if we were all 3 to get into the cupboard, where would we all like to go? Like, technically, it was just me and 1 other person because the 3rd person was already in the cupboard, right? They were already in the bottom section of the cupboard, right? So it was really just a discussion between me and 1 of the other people about which of the final 2 shelves we prefer out of the shelves. Purely academic interest, exactly. Like, if we were to get into this cupboard, which shelf would we enjoy more? Would you rather be in heaven, limbo, or hell? Really not sure that would be considered academic. That's more psychological. Like, oh, do you have a god complex or oh. I really want to know what their reaction to this would be. No, but yeah, I'm not even sure if they're cupboards. They're much more akin to like large kind of lockers, like filing cabinets, but with only 3 shelves and 2 doors instead of it's. I don't fucking know what it is. It's something. But yeah, they have these little locks that, unsurprisingly, you can only open and close from the outside. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because people aren't supposed to go in them. They're not very big. They're like 1.5 feet in depth and probably 5-6 foot in height. I'm not really certain. Oh, and maybe like 3-4 foot across. I'd say more 3 than 4. I don't actually know how long a foot is. Oh, fucking ruler. And person. Okay. Okay. Probably about 1 meter in width. Yeah, about, oh no, more than a foot back. Probably about 70 centimeters in depth. And, yeah, about 2 meters in height. But yeah, they weren't the largest things, but what can I say? It was home brief. It wasn't. I didn't get in the cupboard. Locker, closet, whatever you want to call it. Mainly because we had P. Physical education. I don't know why PE is the only one that's got education in the name. Even though they're all education. They just don't all have to say it. Like, oh, Irish education. Maths education. Okay. Yeah, no, I've decided the chicken, its name is now Nugget, purely for meme purposes. Purely for meme purposes. I am actually quite glad that I thought of what nickname to call them and thought of the words that were going to come out of my mouth. Because there was a second there, before I finally decided on top of the closet. I did almost just call them the top, which would have had many questions. But yeah, the one time I thought, before I said, was quite a good decision actually. I have decided. That would have been fucking awkward. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. My garments are faded, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I'm gonna kill you in your sleep. This is a joke, I don't not mean it. None of these people are real. Please don't ban me. I just gotta know if you're gonna stay. I just gotta know, 'cause I can't have it any other way. I swear she's destined for the screen. Closest thing to Misha Pfeiffer that she's ever seen. You running down to the side, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand. I love you, singing that song. I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna. Hey. Whee! And you drag him through the mud. You are a douchebag, a corrupt lawyer, governmental official. I just cracked something in my hand. I don't know what it was. The bones in my palm went toward one another. That concerns me. That's not supposed to happen. They moved horizontally. What the fuck? They're not crabs. And they aren't supposed to move. Bullshit. Why do I get the bone problem? I've decided that dealing with something, how experiencing something a certain way for like most of your life, and then finding out that it's not supposed to be experienced like that, like let's say really mild allergies, for example. I over the past month have discovered that I am probably allergic to something in conditioner. We don't know what. We don't know if it's just one conditioner, or at least I don't know if it's just one conditioner. But apparently my scalp isn't supposed to be itchy all the time. And since I've stopped using conditioner, that's stopped. Didn't know that your scalp wasn't supposed to be itchy. Just thought that was the thing that happened. That it's so weird to have experienced something one way my entire life and then just figured out that experience was wrong. Because unfortunately, allergies are not like poetry. You cannot take it in whatever way you want. No! I press C instead of V. I am infuriated. Yeah, it's just there are definitely more serious things than fucking conditioner. That's just the example I'm using, because that is the most recent one. It's just, I don't know, it's just really weird. Because there are some things that you'll never know if you're, like, experiencing them right. Like, I think that's why it is so hard for people that are on, like, specifically that are on the aromantic spectrum who know, like, if they are, because it's like, the people are very, like, recently people are very open about, like, oh, this is what a lot of people feel towards sex. A lot of people are very positive towards it. So it's like, I think now it's slightly easier for people that are aspec to be like, oh shit, I don't feel that. Right? Hello. I love Scouse people. I'm not Scouse. What? Did you hear about some people thinking bananas taste spicy? Turns out just allergies. Oh no. Oh, you're talking about an entirely different direction. I'm talking about basically everything. But yeah, to be fair, yeah, no, I didn't know that conditioner wasn't supposed to make your scalp itch. That was genuinely, like, what the fuck? I didn't know this was how things happened. Oh, it's Claw, by the way. Oh, hello. Why have you changed your username? What? What? What is this? I can't handle change. I can't call you Coffee anymore. Fuck. Same name, just my legal name. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Jarring. Sorry. Sorry, I've been thrown off. That was very loud. Oh, my sister. Daughter-in-law. It's probably fine. I bet she can. I'm just going to continue to call you Cloffy. I can't handle it. I refuse to handle it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like... I feel like people explain emotions a lot differently than... I'm going back to the past, so why... No, wait. Before we get back to that, why did you... Why are you like, yeah, love Scouts people? Why was that your opening line? What? What does that mean? Why was that? Yeah, this is how I'm gonna start talking. I love the Scouts. Have you just talked to a Scouts person for the first time? Is that what it was? Yeah. I, like, when I was slightly younger, I went around and did basically a survey on people I knew. And honestly, I'm high as shit. Fair enough. Being high makes you love the Scouts more openly? What? I can't. You love the Scouts because you're high. I don't know why that's funny. It's insane. The more you question me, the more it won't make sense. Even better. I have like a collection of laughs, right? The one that's mainly used on here is the wheezing one. The one that was just heard, that was me laughing while trying to breathe inwards. So nothing happened. That's what that was. Those gasps for air, that was the in-between. But yeah, no, fair enough. God. But yeah. When I was like, I would say about 12. I did basically a survey. Was it 12? Oh my god, it was like 12. Yeah, I did basically a survey on the people around me. Most of the people were slightly older than me. I was like, hi, so, what's love? Very deep question. Especially for my brother, who wrote me basically a 3-page essay on it. Very nice of him. I do appreciate it. And it's like... I don't even know, how would you even go about explaining love in a romantic sense as an emotion to be different? What is love? Fuck, why? Exactly! Oh fuck, you were fit. What is love? Fuck. I only read some of those messages, not all of them. It's like, how do you even go about explaining love in a romantic sense to be different from love in a platonic sense to somebody that doesn't, that's only experienced one of them, or only thinks they've experienced one of them. Like, you know, it's like, I want to die. Sorry. The insane of this insane mode is really kicking in. I feel like doing this high would be so much better. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? I will say, the 3-page essay really didn't help. It didn't. Only play this game when I'm high? God. If I had that option, I would too. Genuinely. It would be so much less infuriating. Probably. Only I wasn't sober. If only that was legal. Fuck. So what is love? Fuck knows. I don't fucking know. Or are you continuing the song lyrics? I don't know at this point. I don't know that song well enough either. Didn't mean to bump you there. Oh yeah, by the way, I will say, who cares, honestly? My coffee is Outford. That's a reasonable perspective. Yeah? Coffee is out for people's organs. For 4 people. Don't know which one yet. Probably the spleen. My dad gets very concerned anytime I kind of subtly hint to the spleen being an important organ, because generally it's in kind of sarcastic, well, bottom left of the spine, then your problems will be over. Get rid of them that easily. And he just kind of looks at me every time being like, what the fuck are you on about? I never say that it's to do with the spleen. Which, you know what, might explain it. That might explain why. I don't remember what I was talking about. Love and then something. Fuck. I never had a dad. I was raised by Twitch. I wouldn't say he did much raising of me. To put it into perspective, he basically started trying to raise me when my older brother moved out of the house. We've got there are a couple, we're 6 years apart, but at that point I was far too old to be treated like a 7-year-old. So that turned out nice. Yeah. We love parental issues. We love them. I think it's just kind of a communal thing. Like, well, we're all here for the same reason. strange fellow. I think she's a flat earth. Oh no, not a flat earther. Haven't talked to her in a while. Fair. Fair. I have a plan. I think I've figured out which college I'm going to. I think. If I'm able to get into it. I figured out which college I want to go to it. Nice. I think I do have to get in touch with the teacher for it. I don't know. We're about to get emotional because you brought it up. Your fault. My mom tried. She tried so very hard. Was not enough. Unfortunately, one parent trying to raise their third kid, being exhausted all the time, having run out of parent juice a while ago, and the other not knowing how to raise a child, or just not try. I don't know. Didn't end well, if you could not tell. Hi, I'm the product of. I love it, really, because I wouldn't be as funny otherwise. I'm a product of my environment, and that environment made me a comedian. Thank fuck, because I have no other talents. I say comedian, I'm not very funny. That environment made me attempt to be a comedian. But yeah. It happens. And I can't dodge anything. This is going great. This is, I have to say, going... We did get past Lava World, though, which I am so fucking proud of. I will not diminish that fact by not being able to get past half of Industrial Castle. We got past Lava World today. In an hour and a half. That's pretty fucking good on my record. Pretty goddamn good. Sorry, I need to fiddle with something, so I've grabbed a bit of wax. Hey, we can put the wax melt on. Sorry, we're lighting a candle. We're lighting a candle. It's like fucking apple and cinnamon or something. I don't actually know what smell wax melt is. All I know is that it's nice and doesn't smell that strong. It's not like, it's not a suffocating scent. Ooh, assonance. Fuck you. The last is okay. Okay. I will be right back after Spotify opens. I need to pee. If you've been here for a while, and you haven't had anything to drink, go get something to drink. It's important, please. I'll be back probably before the song ends. Try some MXM2. I will be back briefly.
I'm nearing the end of my 4th year. I feel like I've been lacking, crying too many tears. Everyone seemed to say it was so great, but did I miss out? Was it a huge mistake? I can't help the fact I like to be alone. It might sound kinda sad, but that's just what I seem to know. I tend to handle things usually by myself, and I can't ever seem to try and ask for help. I'm sitting here, crying in my prom dress. I'd be the prom queen if crying was a contest. Makeup is running down, feelings are all around. How did I get here? I need to know. I guess I maybe had a couple expectations. Thought I'd get to them, but no I didn't. I guess I thought the prom was gonna be fun, but now I'm sitting on the floor and all I wanna do is run. I keep collections of
One left. Come on, let me drag it. drag you to the other side. I think I've gotten better at the corn boss thingy though. I've definitely gotten better at Cyclops. But I think I'm getting the corn man more consistently, so that should be quite nice. And full moon. Full moon should also be nice. Or nicer, anyway. It'll definitely still take longer than normal, and I'll definitely still die a couple times. Specifically to do with the end level. But other than that, the fucking Iceman's gonna be a pain in the ass. This is also going to be a pain in the ass, but I don't. Yeah. Oh, fucking volleyball is going to be so bad. Yeah, decapitation and celebration. I don't know what tune I stole that from. Fuck. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah. We're vaguely okay at this game. What? I don't know what actually triggers stuff there. Yeah, I don't know what the trigger for the levator is. Unfortunately. It just kind of happens most of the time. Double my finger was on caps lock and my other was on C. I am furious. You think that I know my way around a keyboard by now? I don't. This is why it was going so much slower, because I didn't have 7 of them at the same time. Yeah, let's fucking do this. Ooh, apple. Banana. Hey. I don't know what that is, but it's a quote and something. Hey, we're getting further. Look at us go. Oh, this is gonna be big man's gonna be a pain in the ass. I mean, technically we've only been on this for an hour and a half as well. To be fair, just slightly more tired since the point the other bit. I have less stories to tell because I've burnt through all of them. Not what happens in life. Oh, yeah. Like, yo, fucking Yeah, no, the most interesting thing that's happened that I've found out that when you travel around on rollerblades, you get heckled a lot more. As in people barking on the side of the road consistently. Every single time that I've used my rollerblades to get around somebody who barks at me. It's actually quite impressive, the consistency of it. How did I get here? No. Yeah, how fast I use the bow. It's the real oh shit, not that fast. Oh. The real question apparently seems to be how fast can I change between the bow and the potion? How fast can I utilize my shaking to my advantage? It's all in the anxiety, baby! By the way, my power button is V. This isn't like a mouse. This is, I have my hand over my keyboard. And I'm frantically shaking. I wish I could show you what my arm was doing. I'm gonna make somebody very happy one day. I'm sure you'll be glad. What the fuck just happened? I didn't want this to happen! Fuck you. No. Okay. Give me a second to rest my entire arm. And we'll have another wee go. Probably. Put a can of Monster in a water bottle. And I need to finish it because if I don't, then I won't finish it until my break's over, which will be a week from now. And you know what? I'm fine with that monster. I'm not sure I'm fine with monster that's that flat. Can monster go stale? I feel like it would become a fucking syrup if I were to leave it for a week. Plus a question of, can I be more, am I confident enough in the moment? The answer is generally no, apparently. So far we're somebody that nobody really likes, right? But they kind of hang around our group of people. Recently asked somebody, how they would finish life with a negative KD. I'm like, surely everybody, or most people, finish life with a negative KD, right? Surely more people die than kill somebody and die, right? It's like, what are you talking about? Surely everything's positive? I don't. Okay. Come on. What? It makes so much more sense in my head for the death to be the negative part, because in most things it's like, number of times you die is always positive. It's positive. It's positive. This is why I don't play Call of Duty anymore. The important part is whether it's greater than 1 or less. Yeah, basically they were making it out like people killed more people than more than one person before they died. That's what they were implying. It's like, God, the outline again. What's he on about? Basically taunted. AI. You're like, haha, I'll run around you. Yeah. I don't know, it's just genuinely, this person is just openly, like, if you can think of a hate this group of people, they are this thing. I don't know why multiple people have asked them before, they just continue to exist in our space. And I don't agree with it. Too much anxiety. Too much anxiety. No. Wait, okay. Yes, I'm aware that I'm not the best at social interaction. Sorry. This is still part of the last conversation. I'm aware that I'm not the best at social interaction. I'm very aware that the group of people that I talk to I talk in a very specific way that if I were to talk to most other people I would probably be looked at very weird, and probably also never talked to again by those people, right? But this person, it's like, you can't just talk about how you're like racist, homophobic, transphobic, homophobic, and against most people being happy in general and you want them to die, as long as they're not straight white men. You know, it's like you can't really do that and expect anybody to like you. Like, this person has a friend and a half. Mainly, I say a half because the other person is never there. Like, damn. They're very homophobic. Tell by my saying it so many times. I don't know, they're just... How do... They have a weird mix between, like, youngest child energy and condescending, right? So it's like, if you're talking about something, and, like, in a vaguely kind of group, but only two people are actually talking, and this fella says something that's, like, kind of weird, and then somebody else at the table disagrees with it, being like, why would anybody ever, what? Then I'll be like, of course I was saying it in a sarcastic way, but I'll say it in a way that'll be like, you're so fucking stupid for not assuming that everything that I say is sarcastic, even when I say it in a normal tone of voice. Like, even when I say it completely seriously, fully meaning it, how dare you not assume that it's sarcastic? And it's just, I don't know. At that point, it's not even just, you're not fun to be around. You're just a douchebag in its purest sense. I'm gonna die to this fucking... And, like, consistently mock people for believing in things. It's just like, oh, how fucking dare you be religious, because I'm not religious. It's like that kind of thing. Sometimes it's not even like, oh yeah, that was a really fucking good thing you said. It will just be like, oh, what you said right there, it was actually like factually incorrect. And I'll be like, yeah, but it was sarcastic. God, why didn't you get that with slightly less words and slightly less like obvious tone? Nice. I don't like this person. In case you couldn't tell, don't like him. Not in the slightest. He also threatened to end themselves when one of my friends wanted to break up with them. So yeah, it's not even just like social friend vibes, it's you are actually a bad person. Who are just a bad person. You're just a shit human being. It's the same person consistently that gets into horrific relationships. I don't know why. my friends has recently realized that they probably have ADHD, and they just keep sending me things being like, that's made by people that have like ADHD diagnosi? I don't know. And they're like, I relate to this so much, what the fuck? And I'm like, yes, we've been over this. You wanna go schedule a meeting with a mental health professional to get that document? I can't feel my wrists. No, I can. It just hurts a lot, and I wish I could. Is flipping a switch over and over again dangerous? It's not plugged into anything. I have a fidget cube. Sorry, give me a minute while I fiddle. Self-discovery is just fun to me. Fair. I'm over self-discovery. I want to know nothing more about myself. It's always there's already like a back pile of it. So I just have fun watching other people be like, yeah, yes, I know how you act. You quiz, tell me who I am. Fair. No, one of my friends made me take a fucking Soldier Poet King quiz. I hated it. Because it wasn't like, oh, go take this when you get home. It was, take this right here, right now, while everybody else is talking about what they got. While everybody else is talking about all the answers they're choosing. Yeah. while this other person in the group tells you exactly what each of the answers equates to by telling you how the quiz works. And it's like, God, now I can't make any unbiased decision. I can't. You've ruined the quiz for me. You've told me what all the answers mean. You've just said. Damn. But yeah, from my group of people, I've decided that Poet is kind of like still excited for the world. Soldier is still going, but kind of yeah. And then King is just tired and done, but still has to keep going. That's what I've decided from my census. As in, one singular person from my group of trauma friends got Poet. The one person who isn't trauma. No wonder so many of us got King. Exactly. So many of us are tired but cannot stop. Or at least that's what I'm taking from it. I'm pretty sure I've gotten Poet right. Because it's like, doesn't really see all the really shit things from the world that make it not quite so worth it. Or either has seen it and just doesn't care. Sorry, I'm holding a fidget. Are those the youngster. I fucking don't know. It's after the fucking Soldier Poet King song by the Oh Hellos. Somebody made a quiz about it. For the young stereotypes. We're looking this up now. Young archetypes. Damn, that was a archetype. Poor Carl Jung. Four main archetypes: the persona, the shadow, the anima, and the self. They're a result of collective shared ancestral memories that make art, literature, aren't obvious. What is it? I cannot understand this from one singular picture. The persona, or mask, is the outward face we present to the world. It conceals our real self and describes it as the conformity archetype. This is the public face or role a person presents to others as someone different to who they really are, like an actor. The anima archetype is the mirror image of our biological sex. That is the unconscious feminine side in males and the masculine tendencies of women. What the fuck am I then? What? What am I? The fuck? What am I, crying in the corner? You're correct, but like, okay. Each sex manifests attitudes and behaviors of the other by virtue of centuries of living together. The psyche of a woman contains masculine aspects, and the psyche of a man contains feminine aspects. Next is the shadow. This is the animal side of our personality, like Heidi and Freud. It is the source of both our creative and destructive energies, aligned with evolution theory. It may be the archetypes reflect preconditions that once had survival value. The self. Finally, there's the self, which provides a sense of unity and experience. The ultimate aim of every individual is to achieve a state of selfhood, and in this respect, they're moving in the direction of orientation. I understand about 2 words that I just read. That's fine. Wasn't gender enlightened. How fucking dare he? I don't know. I don't know what the first name is. It's something or other. Now available, fuck off. Anyway. I fucking hate Freud. I despise Freud. Not really. It's just weird. I don't like it. Like, ew. Every child wants to fuck their parents. Like, not really. God. Freud wasn't very enlightened either. Fucking, okay, well. Damn, that was fast. Had several problems. Really? I think he was putting his own fantasies onto everybody without having ever asked. He was the person that was like, oh yeah, these are definitely good ways to raise your kids, like ignoring them when they start crying. Wasn't that him, or was that somebody else that I need to hate? I don't remember anymore. They're all so similar. I don't remember the Greek tale you named it after, but the whole thing about like children wanting to get with their parents was I don't know. It was like Odysseus. Oedipus. It was Oedipus. The whole thing about that, basically, in the end, he at some point had relations with his mother. The whole thing about that was that the way Freud, like, went about it in one of his things was that, oh, it's just you just want to get with your parents no matter what. But the whole thing about the story of Oedipus is that his father went to an oracle, or like somehow got in contact with an oracle. This oracle told him that his to-be son would fucking like kill him, basically. And to prevent that, self-fulfilling destinies, am I right? To prevent that, Oedipus's dad sent him away immediately after birth. Oedipus had no clue who his parents were. He was just chilling. He didn't know he was the son of a king and queen. He was just existent. I don't know exactly the middle parts, but eventually, because he did not know who his parents were, he killed his dad and got with his mum. We love them self-fulfilling prophecies. Because it wouldn't have happened if the king hadn't sent his kid away or hadn't gotten into contact with the oracle. There's an anime that's similar to that storyline. I think there's... I mean, yeah, probably. I would not be surprised. There are probably a lot of anime that are at least loosely inspired by folklore and mythos. You know, it just kind of makes a little bit of sense. Doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, it's like this story's already here. Let's take it on a little reprise. Oh shit. I was gonna take a drink, and now you've tried to fuck me. Fuck you. It's fine. How many do I even have? 5. Okay. I have not used a single one. That is probably why I'm dying so much. We only got one there. You only got one there as well. This is fine. Totally fine. Yeah, how are your days going? I have got a little distracted. Might have looked away from the screen briefly. But it's all okay. It's okay, it's alright. I don't know. But alright, it's okay, it's okay. Ah! Fuck you! You're a piece of shit! What the fuck is this? But yeah, I don't like Freud. Freud's weird. Freud, I'm pretty sure, caused, basically advised parents to abuse their kids. But, yeah, I think one of the things that he did was like, toddlers and babies need to learn how to self-soothe. Basically how to calm themselves down from being angry or sad, when they just randomly start screaming. Right? And I'm pretty sure his advice on this was to just ignore said baby when they started crying and screaming. The fun fact about this is that babies cannot self-soothe. They physically are incapable of calming themselves down from being scared or angry. They can't do that. Freud really was before any psychology existed. Yeah. Yeah, and even worse, it's not even like, oh, people look back on this and go, oh, how stupid Freud was. Look at all these silly things he said. They look back on it and they believe him. He has caused so many parents to basically abuse their children because they thought that he was right. He has caused so much aftershock of damage in how people raise their kids. Fuck. Yeah, we used to push it. Look at us go. I really want to say that because Freud is so wrong. The whole psychology thing. I should just offer. Oh, hell yeah! This psychologist alive, they will read Freud uncritically. Yeah, but it's not the problem of psychologists reading it uncritically. It's the problem of parents looking it up and seeing Freud pop up as a thing. And, like, I'm pretty sure there's some people that it's not even like they did this for a little bit and then they got presented with alternative facts that nobody agrees with what Freud said. They're just like, no, you're wrong. This guy's really old. This guy's really fucking old. He knows what he was doing. And they just keep on fucking doing it. This one dude ruined everything for everybody. He was a douchebag. We should... I don't know. Glare at him from afar. Oh wait. But not even being alive from the aircraft. Aggressively from across the room after glaring at him for 10 minutes. That'd take a lot of time to work up to yelling at people. By that logic, I suggest we abandon all chemistry because the Greeks said there were only 4 elements. Yes! Yes! A fantastic idea that would not get us killed in the slightest. I say we stop all advancements ever because some old dude said something else. Like, what was that about science being the devil? I agree with it now. Suddenly, this is what our society is built upon. This one dude that was wrong. And the Aztec said, they're dead anyway, that's the point. That's the point, all these people are dead. Wait. Oh wait, Cloppy, you're still here. Your world ended 11 years ago. God, I wish our world ended as well. Like, just imagine how peaceful 2012 as an end of humanity would have been, you know? It would have been nice to not have had to go through COVID. That's the Mayans? Was it? Oh my god, I stole that giant bar of chocolate! My day's just become so much fucking better! I still have a fucking... I still have a huge bar of chocolate that I got from for Christmas, and it's not finished. I'm suddenly very happy. I'm suddenly content with life. Life couldn't be better. Oh, hell yeah. I think everybody should be excited by chocolate, unless you're allergic to it. Everybody should have one food that they get, like, even just slightly happier at seeing. Everybody. Or like a smell. Either a consumable item or a smell. Like, I know for one of my friends it would be boba. They get delighted whenever they see boba. It's genuinely, it's delightful to watch. They get so happy. They'll be like, somebody will offhandedly mention that there's a boba shop nearby, and they'll be like, can we go? Can we go? It'll make their day. Depending on if the boat is. Sorry. I've forgotten all conversation topics. Birds. How do we feel about birds? I personally have my favorites. I talk about them all the time. Nightjars, puffins, shrike, magpie. Crows as well. I think I befriended a crow the other day. It was a delightful. I want to know everybody's favorite type of bird. I got a fantastic picture of a fucking pigeon the other day. Like, a month ago at this point. It was great. I love it. Oh, it's such a good picture of a bird. I know why people take pictures of birds now. It's fantastic. Why? How did you get out? How do you keep getting out? I imprison you in ice and you escape? The fuck? That kingfishers plot lately? Fair. I respect it. Kingfishers are fun. I don't think I've ever actually seen a kingfisher before. They're supposed to be like pretty popular in Ireland, but I just don't think I've ever seen one. There was a fucking swan outside my school today. Which is ridiculous because we are so far from any body of water. Like the Korean crow-tit. By the way, this shield exists? Okay. I mean, Fluffy, just be happy that I'm using potions. just be content. Please. I'll get there one day. It's fine. I beat Lava World. It's a step up from literally everything I've ever done. I've seen that bird before. The Korean crow-tit. Or a kingfisher. Their little balls of floof. Aww! Oh my god, there's a yellow-hooded blackbird, I think. It is the most vibrant yellow that I've ever seen, and the name is so fucking boring. Like, Jesus Christ, it's a blackbird with a yellow head. They are? Hell yeah. I am so glad that there's a little poof. the flute. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, my brain isn't working very well at the moment. Honey, money, how it thrills me. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, nearly killed me. Honey, honey. We got a date for the fucking second Breath of the Wild that's coming out on like the 2nd of August. I think. I'm pretty sure. They gave us official gameplay and everything. I'm excited. We've only been waiting 3 years. I think more than I think it's 4 years. I'm just as excited as my sister. Good! You should be just as excited about this. It's been so long. What, they said it would be out in like 2019. I'm like, I get it. I would much rather a game delayed and made well than a really than them promising too many things that they could do and still releasing it in the time frame. Surprised you're even using potions, but like the boss does 50 damage. Okay, Clawfie. I've never even played Breath of the Wild. You should. Even if you don't care for the storyline, just wander around, encounter all the cute animals. There's just so much random shit you can do, it's great. Moving his arm. But yeah, no. Yeah, I would much rather they delay it than them release a shit game. But I can do. It's been so long. I don't have anything to play it on. Oh, you say that, but you will be in my house on Monday for 11 hours. You can definitely play some of it. I have a Switch. On the Switch, you can fucking you can escape to a different room when you get overwhelmed. You can play on the Switch. Or I can give you fucking earphones and you might not want my earphones. You can bring your own earphones. You can play it in the corner of the living room. Oh no, because you haven't seen Lord of the Rings. No, I'm not sure the others would agree with it. I can send you to people who play it. Watching Lord of the Rings, how will I play Breath of the Wild and focus on a movie? Exactly. There's flying shit. There's flying shit. You gotta fly. You gotta lose an arm. You gotta resurrect Ganondorf. What? Goblins do things? The Boko blind. Oh shit. They were mining. Oh, fuck you and your intelligent AI. Probably not actually that intelligent. It was probably more stupidity on my part. I'm still fucking heartbroken that playing like Breath of the Wild didn't work. I am hurt because of that. Just like, oh yeah, there's this thing that you can use to play fucking Switch games. Just need to. And I was like, oh, I have one of those. It's just really old, and then there's like a 2-second delay between the inputs and it actually doing the inputs. It was sad. Such a fucking capture card in my ass. Hey. Fuck. What? Okay. I love that sound. That is so satisfying. But yeah, no, I'm much more scared of the beefy guy. The wheels move the wrong way for the cart to go up, right? I don't do physics. Yes. But they're also there's also nothing for them to actually grab onto, so okay, give me a second. Oh no, I think the wheels are probably moving the ropes, because I'm assuming at least that they're doing the ropes, because that's the same way that the ropes are moved, or it was just an animation error, either or. I think it would be, yeah, because, oh, what the, oh my god, there are 4 ropes going up and only 2 going down. That is infuriating. Oh no. Oh, it's the same on both sides. Oh my god, it's an animation error. I'm a liar. There's no way that I can forgive this. I am infuriated. That is, oh, I'll never be able to unsee it. Why do 4 go up? Why have they done this? Why have they done this? What the fuck? No! Iris, why would you do this to me? Oh, sure. Why would you do this to me, Iris? I dare you. How fucking dare you? I'm gonna be thinking about that every single time I go on that elevator, which is gonna be a lot. Let's face it. We're gonna be on this level for a long time, Iris. We're gonna be here for a while, and now I'm gonna be complaining about that every single time this level comes up. Every single time we get to the elevator, I'm gonna be complaining about that. It's gonna be your fault. You're gonna brought it to my attention. How could you? Oh, I'm so happy Chicken Dinner isn't here. They would have had an aneurysm about that. Constructing brain worms is an art. How dare you? How fucking dare you? God, some people are like, oh, earworms are really hard to do, but they're done really well most of the time. No. No, Iris doesn't do earworms. Iris does brain worms. Iris does one better. It's vibrating time. Yeah, baby. Fuck you. Run. Oh, my arm is gonna be so fucking buff after this. Oh, that's the shovel. My forearm's gonna be so massive. Not my shoulder, just my forearm. My tendons, they're gonna be fantastic. I don't even know if tendons can change. Like, I'm assuming that tendons can weaken. Because atrophy, right? Can they? No. Wait. No, that's muscles. Can tendons atrophy? Ah! Fuck you. Why are you just jumping over me? Ah! I get scared at the bombs. I don't like the bombs. How much fucking health does this motherfucker have? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, my arm is exhausted. No, I don't want this bitch. Ah. Oh, well that's nice. Yeah. Okay, so I know you said that this guy does like 50 damage. I'll probably die multiple times. Probably, yeah. Oh my Jesus fuck. Fuck off, you piece of shit! I hate this fucking level. I despise it with a passion. Listen here, you dog shit motherfucker! You actual horse turd. All my homies hate Handman. All my homies hate Mr. Hand. Because he died to a horse in for unsavory reasons of his own construction. You piece of shit! Die in a hole! I'm a minor! Get your fingers away from me! Get get you arrested. This shit. Why are so many of the fucking boss's hand related? It's weird. Yeah, fuck you. Your weird hand thing. My god, have I just figured something? What the fuck? Piss off, you. They think the hero's ticklish? I'm not ticklish. I'm a child. Fuck, wrong way. Oh, come on out. Come on out, you fucking weirdo. Yeah, we are shaming in this household. We only shame in this household. Why do you smirk like that? I find it perturbing. Not perturbing, disturbing. Fucking weird. Okay, well that was my own fault. To be fair. To be fair. Come on over. Come on over. It's fine. Get closer. Get a little closer. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Fucking weirdo. You're a little weirdo. Didn't even jump that time. Did not even try to jump that time. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. I've figured out my plan of attack. It's a lot better than, the bow. Fuck. It does 60 instead of 28. Yeah, fuck you. Okay. My own fault. I can admit. Can I just get up here and... Ooh. Oh. Yeah, I believe you. I'm gonna lie and rock your body undone. I'm blaming my eyes on that one. I'm blaming the old face hole. We're getting close though. We're getting close. Stop giggling. Shortling? Not shortling. No. Stop it! Shut up! Sorry. I'm just angry at the noise. What if I just... I'm just gonna turn the sound all the way down for me. So you can still hear the infuriating little laugh. If you so want to. But I cannot. Best of both worlds. Fuck! For some reason my thumb is really itchy. Ah! I wanna scream and shout and scream and shout and scream and shout and scream and shout. Oh, scream and shout and scream and shout. I wanna scream and shout and scream and shout. Ah. Fuck. Fine, it's all fine. I could not be more zen at this moment in time. I am so relaxed. I am at peace. Yeah. I'm really at peace. I'm so at peace. You know what would make me more at peace? If this motherfucker fell over. He fell over, broke his shoulder.
Oh, it's like one more hit. Please.
Oh, it's more than one more hit. What? It's gotta be getting close, please. Please!
Yes.
Finally! Oh! Oh my god. We just went past levels on Insane one day. Look at me fucking go, bro. Look at me go. Oh, it looks so sad. No, wait, why do you look so sad? I don't hate you, Robot Man. I hate your creator. Hate the artist, not the art. Unless the art is also shit. Yeah, get kidnapped, motherfucker. You're gonna force me to kiss you in approximately 7 years' time. 11 and make a wish. Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Look at us go.
I'm only here for your potion. I want nothing else except maybe your money. And your... No! Ah! Ooh, I know, right? Oh no, wait. We go back here. No, we've already got that apparently. Okay, this is fine. That wasn't embarrassing. Slightest. Yeah. For me, please. Por favor, mi amigo. Ni más lam tu. Who lam tu? How much health do you motherfuckers have? Okay, don't know what happened there. Something though. Something happens there. Yeah, bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm overwhelmed. There's so many people. Oh my god, they're all watching. Damn, these motherfuckers must not get seasick. I'm already feeling woozy, and I'm not even on it. Not really. But you know, it's like, the mindset's there. It's like, if I know if I was on this boat, I would be virtually comatose. I would be dead to the world. It's like, I would be in a corner, sobbing and vomiting. And complaining excessively. Weird, because I really like cars. I really like car journeys, right? I just fucking hate boats. Longness. Fuck off. Fuck. That works at some point. Okay. I'm gonna end there before I lose my mind. This is actually quite convenient because I was considering doing a really long stream where I started like early and planned to end late, on like at some point over the next week, because I thought that I would take like 7 years to get past Lava World. But now that's done, so I can not do that. But yeah, so I hope you all have a lovely weekend. I do this every Monday, Thursday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Though I'm not certain about this coming Monday. Some things might be switched around. I don't know. I will put it on the Discord like probably 5 minutes before 7 my time. So yeah, if you're new here, maybe consider following. It would mean the world to me. Yeah, it really would. I do Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays generally at 7 p.m. GMT. UK time if you are also really shit at time zones. I don't always do Castle Crashers, if you couldn't tell by how shit I am at it. Don't know what we'll be doing next time, but it sure will be something. It will probably be on Monday. If it is on Monday, it will definitely be later. Then we'll be starting a couple hours after I normally. Because yeah, unsurprisingly, watching 11 hours worth of movies in one day takes 11 hours. But yeah. So I hope to see you guys next time, whether that's Monday or Thursday or some day in between. Have a lovely weekend or longer. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.